Okay. So okay. Trying to set all the stuff up. Okay, so we haven't drawn anything for the comic in like a whole month. We took a whole month break, so we're just kind of easing back into it. So this is a no chat stream again. The comments will be enabled after, so it's just so I can focus more on art and just be more chill and draw, so I can just watch us draw in the background. That's all. Hoping it doesn't crash again, because last time we streamed it kind of wasn't a crashing. It crashed several times, like our whole computer. So I'm hoping the break and all that helped it, because I haven't been on a computer that much. So yeah, just this is gonna be more simple rendering. It's not gonna be like the important pages that actually need to be cleaned up. It's more just for fun, I guess. It's been a while since I've drawn on the computer. I feel a little rusty. But yeah. I also haven't reread GBR in a while, because we reread our own comic a lot while we've been doing it, so like it was like last night we reread the entire comic with like pretty fresh eyes, and you know, it's a lot of little things we can fix up, but overall we still really love it. So this here is just like a minor fix-up, because I feel them having the light right there was kind of weird, because it's like, this part actually isn't supposed to be important, but them like squeezing on the star to like make it go away, I feel could cause a little bit of confusion, because it wasn't supposed to be important. So we're gonna do some minor fix-ups, because I feel the comic itself, what it honestly needs the most is just cleaned up art. Like, and that's pretty much it. especially as it's a pretty visual comic. Usually when we do pages, we time ourselves. So like, oh, we're only gonna spend like an hour or 3-5 hours at most cleaning up a page, or the double spread. But right now, since we're just more trying to get back into it, we're not really pressuring ourselves much. So, reason why we chose this page is because we thought we can make this part more pretty, and we also want to draw some clouds. So I think it's more of a simpler page to like clean. Let's get the guppy. Another thing we've noticed while rereading our comic was the beginning of the comic is pretty awkward. It's a little clunky, and the way the characters talk and feel is pretty awkward, but we actually really like it because it's supposed to feel pretty strange and awkward, almost. I'm not sure if robotic is the right word, but it feels like a story character speaking, not like actual people, even though it can kind of feel like it. It's a little weird to explain, but I should. It, like, almost game dialogue kind of feel, and more feeling like a fan fiction. I'm not sure how to explain, right? But we actually like it because it gives a good contrast with good contrast with the rest of the comic, because it's like later on in the story it becomes more not that one. The characters feel more alive after a certain point. And I feel it's one of those things that's like, it feels weird in a moment, but when you look back and like see the whole, it works really well. And I like that the story takes a risk of making it intentionally feel not as realistic or human at the start. Because like if the story started more like, oh, they're more written like people, it gives less of that contrast and like that juxtaposition, and also gives that little surprise, because this is supposed to be like the story is a bit of a commentary on this literally being an AU, but also a piece of art. So it's starting off feeling a lot like it, as well as like more fake game-like. I feel it does fit, even if it like it's like stick with me kind of feel. Actually, I like this mono color. And I feel what will help out the beginning part more is just cleaning up the artwork, because so it has more of a hook, because I know it'll be harder to sit through it, even if it's just a few pages. The comic is really short. Oh, I think I forgot to put in why I turned off the chat. Yeah, I forgot to put in why I turned off the chat. Let me type that in real quick. Let me boop. My sign. Okay. I typed it. Okay. Boop. Okay. I try to not have eye contact with the viewer unless if it's super important, because I feel really weird when characters look directly at the camera when that's not supposed to feel weird. Because I want it to feel more important when it does happen. So... oh god, I can't... Here we go. Oh god. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, that'll work. Because another detail I really want to clean up and show is the flower, because I noticed while reading a lot of the sketches don't have the flower cleaned up when this is an important detail. Not sure if I should. I guess I can keep the white border. I can put it here. Ba 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 ba. This one. Okay. Oh yeah, so all of our streams will also always be available even after the stream is done. It'll be in a playlist and all that. So... And also just public. Yippee. And this pose will be completely changed. So let's... Okay. Should... Ba 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 ba. I want more on the... Actually, I can do a side view. I'm going back and forth between either a side view or them looking like down like this. I actually like the side view. I think I have to just move the dialogue. Not sure if that'll look too awkward. Okay, so I will move this here. Because I feel a very important and underrated thing about making comics is that you have to fit in your text bubbles. Alex. Clear edges. You have to like fit in your text bubbles while also fitting in your artwork and having it flow better. And that's why we don't really like making the text bubbles in a void. Because the actual full look of your comic is both your bubbles and text. So if often I feel a comic can feel a little off when the text or bubbles doesn't match the feel of the comic, or if like the artwork is good and readable, but the actual placement of the bubbles or like the look of the bubbles feeling off. So okay. Because you want to follow like a certain flow to it, and I think moving it here. Yeah, so you can see how it can be a little tough to like fit like a lot into a tiny box. 'Cause you do want space. Do we polygon? I should fix up the artwork. Blah. So the reason why I did want the, like, was thinking about, like, doing it side view like this is so that it would transition well to, like, them looking this way and then, like, turning around and moving like that. But it actually gives a different feeling when you look at this here was the original, and it actually still gives that feeling of turning around, and it's because it's like suddenly on the third panel, so like 1, 2, 3, it makes it feel like suddenly turning around, while in this one it feels like a slow turnaround, because more time is dedicated to that action, even if it's just 3 frames. So making comics kind of feels like a sort of animation. Comics are pretty much making a storyboard. You're making a storyboard, just making it in different boxes and shapes. Oh my god. Okay. So, but I feel to replace this old action, this sort of turnaround is a better option. Or I can make them face away from the camera. Actually, I could do that. Let me move that. Good. So an important tip I do like saying is make copies of things that like you feel are good but you want to iterate on. So like I got the sketch saved of that and this, so that if I do end up making a mistake and want to go back on it, I can do that. It's like a very minor thing to do, and it's a huge lifesaver. This actually isn't too bad of edit. So instead of like, so a reason why I was thinking face away from the camera is because it will have that same effect of this old one where it kind of like snaps to like looking away. While in this one, if I do that, but on the second panel, it pretty much happens sooner. And I think it's a good effect because it gives that sort of game feeling that I do want to get across, because these designs here are meant to almost be like sprites, like pixel sprites, but more clear, but still has that huge, like big shape meld together kind of interpretive feel of how sprites are, and like with like directional movement, even in like cutscenes and all that stuff, like with sprites and stuff, often like when a character turns away, you don't often see like a full animation of them turning. It's more of just like snapping away, like snapping to that pose. So I think doing that here would actually give that feeling pretty good. This is a good instance to bust out our Kris turnaround reference. Here, where is it? Oh. We drew it on our iPad. I don't have it on our computer. Oh. Okay. Okay, I need to get the reference on our tablet. Because we made a Kris turnaround GIF, but we didn't make it into a picture. Because we made the turnaround because we need a scarf reference. Okay, that worked. Okay. Ooh. Okay. So... something like that. Maybe a full back, maybe. Okay. Okay, that looks better. And I can do gradient. Okay. Actually, I should save this before I edit it. So we're actually still pretty new to drawing clouds, but we still really enjoy it. So the thing that we're trying to do here is make it feel more flat, so that it gives that feeling that you're under a sky. So like it has like that horizontal plane to it, so I think like a technique I noticed was like having them all pretty big right here, but then on the bottom of it, it's more closer to the rest of the clouds instead of like over here, so that it gives that more flat feel as the clouds can only be like only so low, so it feels like you can see more into the distance. I think this is one that kind of needs the artwork to be, the character art to be cleaned up before I can do a cloud. Yeah. So while I'm doing big edits like this, I actually stare more at the tinier preview window over here instead of this over here, so I can see how it feels. Just getting this angle right is pretty important. Okay. So another thing we also really want to do is when the characters are really tiny, we still want to fully draw them to an extent, like here. Another thing is you don't want to be afraid of drawing your characters really small, or like focusing more on just the face. Of course, you can do like making less details on a smaller object is more realistic and, well, less time consuming. Especially because drawing small stuff can actually be deceptively hard to like get the scale and angle right. I think it's still a nice thing to do. I want to move them a little more forward. Okay. I think this is enough to do the clouds. And probably Wow. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna see if I have some cloud pictures. Ugh, I don't have good cloud pictures. Oh, I do. I actually do. Okay. Okay. Yippee. Thank you. think that was good. Ba-ba. Let's see if I can do that. So, I haven't been doing that. So, in our cloud references, the thing that we notice is how, like, in the top area, it kind of, like, expands outward, while in the, when it's, like, super far away, it becomes more condensed. And I think that will help with, making this feel more like a big globe. Okay. Yippee! Clouds! Boop, 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 boop. Okay. So this side, I'm gonna be a little experimental with it, because I feel this side can use more, like, more pretty. Alright. I do want to keep this more abstract, so it's just gonna be a lot of fun, pretty. I'm gonna try and make it blend in more with the second panel. Not panel, page, the page. Let's do that. Ooh. Because I really wanted this left page to feel more abstract and kind of feel like nonsense. But it has some tiny bits of foreshadowing if you squint really hard. Which wasn't that present in the old version, but... Oh. Okay, let me... Do I have an older version? Okay, I don't have the older version of this. This part used to look really different. But I don't think it didn't have the rainbow in the old version. The one that was the first pass it wasn't posted. This old page on the top here is the release version, but this is the rainbow. So, the reason why we decided on a rainbow is because all colors together is a rainbow. So I thought we thought this would be like a good feeling for that. That kind of looks like water ripples. So I do want this page to be a little chaotic. I know it can be a little hard to read, but And another thing is that I do want this to appear flat, but like feel almost like imagination. Like just like a bunch of things running wild and all that. I also feel this page will look nicer when you get these guys. But gonna take a little sody break. Blah. Just gonna chill for a bit. Okay. Ba-ba. There we go. Yes, we got string cheese. Yay. Okay. Ow. I think I might have to redraw the entire left page and use a thinner brush. Because I'm not sure if a thick brush is doing it for me. Oh, I can probably do like a sketchy feel that's more sketchy, like a pencil. Well, not using a pencil brush. Let's see. String cheese. I'm really happy with the clouds. And a fun thing, I still need to edit the no box, but a thing that's fun to play with is the spacing around the bubble. Like the bubble and the text, like the margin area of the bubble. Because we intentionally made the text that says just a pretty world, we intentionally made it more bigger spacing around the edges, so it has that more distant feeling. But generally I feel it's better to have more space around your dialogue than less, because reading text that's really close to lines is kind of hard. But yeah. Okay. Oh wow, this looks incredibly empty. Okay. I'm gonna use a thinner brush. Let's try. Okay, that's a good size. Because I do like this idea, like this cleanup idea, but I think the lines are just too thick and it kind of felt weird. Wow. Yippee! Yahoo! The puppy. 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 Okay, I think this actually looks a lot better. And gives more contrast. And I can do this. think I actually rather have thin lines. Or maybe like this, where like the sides are longer while the top and bottom are shorter. Okay, I think this is a lot better, because it'll still make it readable, and it's a lot more subtle. Yeah, I do like this. Yippee! Because I did want to keep that ripple feeling. Okay. Yippee! Okay. That was a pathetic yippee. I'm not sure about a swirl. like that it's blurry. Okay. Yay. Okay, this actually looks a lot better. This is the previous one to compare. Oh my gosh. Here. Yeah, that really improved. So the reason why I didn't like this thicker brush one was because it really, it kind of melts together in a bad way. It's like competing for attention, and like because it's all the same thickness, it's hard to look at. While with the thinner brush, it gives more of a hierarchy, so it's more clear that these are bubbles and this is the background. And it also gives more contrast because the comic is not drawn in a sketchy pencil way, so having this specific section be like the only part of the comic that looks like this, it makes it more memorable. Because this is like a thing I like to do to make parts more memorable, is to have a unique visual identity with each part, or like each page or panel. So like even though this comic has a very specific color palette that it draws from, it's like right here, this is all the colors we use in this comic. There's only a specific, like, few times we actually made up colors, like here, and sometimes we create, like, a specific new shade, like, for this sky gradient. Like, if there's a lot of lighter space we want, we put, like, a tiny bit of lighter blue that's not in the palette. But those are very specific. These are the only colors we use. But you can still use them in a more creative way, and as such. So like, let me take a little screenshot. So like, something like this, because I do not have my whole canvas comic page preview thing open, because that's a lot of files. So this is like a little screenshot from our folder. Like, from this tiny picture, you can see how each page has its own identity and own unique layout that is very specific and, in my opinion, very memorable. So it's like, so reason why I like that, doing this kind of thing, is because it gives more feeling of progress, and again, just makes it more easy to remember, like, how and what happened, and each page feeling like it's important and not just a repeat. Because I feel a thing that's often not thought about is idea of visual progression. Because your story itself can progress and be good, of course, but if the visuals of it don't, like, change or update as go, besides, like, the arts, like, this is not about the art style, this is about the intentional visuals of the comic. So it's like, this is why I like giving a color palette to each separate section. So like here, this part was orange, and then this whole part was blue. So it feels like your things are changing more than just what's going on in the story. And it could even be like the use of those colors, or like how things are arranged too. Because at the beginning of this comic, the panels are actually arranged differently than how it is later on in the story. So like, so like a panel floating like that, a panel separated into like a quadrant like that, floating panel. This is a repeat of that. So the paneling here is actually different than later on in the story. And of course it can be interpreted as just changing an idea. It's also just like another difference that like changes over time. Let me grab another example. To go more with that visual identity, here's another example. So this is the orange part, the actual rainy orange part. So here, the story became more of a square. And that was intentional. And this part being empty. And you also notice that the comic itself is more full. So like it does not have that separation. It doesn't have it doesn't it doesn't have these empty parts like right there or like right there. And this part has like that empty bottom. We intentionally made it so that majority of the rest of the comic is it goes like full spread of the page. It doesn't block out the panels too much. And it's also so that it emphasizes that this is a square. So it goes from like more unique paneling to more uniform, and that's intentional. So, bop, bop. Wah, wah, wah. Okay. I need to remember that making comics is literally just drawing, because I feel like our brain, when we draw comics, it wants to treat it differently than drawing, so it just kind of feels different. And when just so like our mind, like our brain, when it's drawing a comic, it feels different, not like drawing a normal piece of artwork, so it makes me kind of make it harder than it should be, in a bad way. So I need to, like, especially like with this page, we really want to treat it like it's a normal artwork, because comics are different than doing illustration art. In my opinion, at least how we do comics, it has more in common with it has like more in common with animation and storyboards instead of full-blown regular artwork. I think that looks a lot more prettier now. Okay. Buh. Oh wow, it's been 2 hours. Okay, just gonna take a nutty quick break. Always take breaks when you can. And it's also good to evaluate your art. Well, okay. Okay. Back to drawing. Bah. Buh, 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 buh. Oh, I love that. Okay, so I like that on first glance. This kind of looks like a clock. This huge circle in the back, but it's actually designed after the color wheel here. So you see the wheel. Ugh. So this also perfectly shows our design intent with their little scarf here and Kris's leaf on the flower. So with Frisk and Chara, their leaf for their flower goes below their flower, so it kind of looks like a bow. While Kris's one, it's instead to the side with the leaf hanging out there, which contributes to the silhouette. Well, these flowers here for Frisk and Chara do not contribute to the silhouette because it's inside the body. And that intent here is so that when you look at their silhouette instead, you instead see this here. So you see, for Frisk and Chara, you see 2, and then for Kris, you see 1. So instead of this appearing like the bottom side of a bow, it instead kind of looks like the tied, like, extra knot of the scarf. The scarf bandana. And that shows here. I think I'll keep the... Yeah, I'm gonna swap the 2 over there on the right page. Because kind of intent with the previous page was, it wasn't a consistency error. It was more of like perspective change, where it's like Frisk here was actually in the second, like, furthest away, but because of the angle, it's like at a specific angle that kind of looks like that, but it like changes. But I don't think that would work here. Let's see, look at the continuity. Oh. Okay. Okay, so Frisk was the furthest away here of the previous pages, so I'm gonna have to swap their places. Now, what I can do is, that ought to do it. Okay, this looks a little weird, so... Yippee! Okay. Goes like that. Yippee. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Part of me wants to actually not include the leaf stuff. Okay. Yeah, I like it without their horns and wings stuff. Oh! I got a better idea. Puppy. Wow, 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 wow. I can do it like this, so it doesn't like... Because the reason why I didn't want to include the horn and wings, because, it kind of detracts from, like, the silhouette, for what I want to go for, with kind of like how similar they look. But if I make it instead the white, it still works. And story reasons. This kind of clashes. Okay. 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 Okay, a little more cloud cleanup. Okay, I think all I need to do now is clean up the teeny tiny minuscule teeny tiny, the smallest. I'm still really proud of how we did these tiny little guys here, because this angle was super weird. So to like somehow include their legs in there was really nice. Oh, the color was different? Hold on. The shadow colors. The shadow colors on the sky. Oh. Okay. Okay, it's the cream color, not white. Oops. Let me... Okay, that looks worse. The color clashing. So, I don't know how to, it's called like, usually you'll see this happen when like two very bright colors of like same saturation are next to each other. You get like a vibration kind of feeling that's kind of hard to look at. Yeah, that doesn't look good. Let's just turn it back to white. Yeah. Because of how the colors are, I don't think I should make it cream. It looks good right here, but that's because it's surrounded by a bunch of white. Yeah, but like right here it kind of looks Maybe I have to. Whoa. Okay, I just had to change the color of the sky a little bit. Okay. I can't do that glow because it kind of looks not good with the cream. Huh. Okay, I think that looks better. I don't think I should have the... I don't think I should have it extend so far. Maybe. I think I'm gonna try doing like that curve look. Such a specific angle, I don't think I got it right. So I think it would be more flat, like something like this. Okay, I think that looks better. Kind of. That doesn't look right. Save me, transform tool. I could use a line tool. So this is what it looked like in the old one, so I can't really reference it. Because This doesn't feel right. Banished into the void. I am blasting brain. I'm blasting brain at them. My... Actually, that doesn't look bad. Gosh, my hands. Okay. I think we're back at square one when I erased it, but... Okay. The guppy! Fish. Ooh. Bleh. And okay. Drawing people walking away from like far, tiny picture, it's harder than it looks. But I should probably approach this like I'm doing pixel art. I guess. But I should. I actually made an artwork that I can probably reference. Let me go grab it real quick. Chirp, 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 chirp. Oh, darn. I didn't put it in my toy house. I have to look through my tumblr. Okay, let me put my... my sign. Okay, it's gonna be real quick. Just gotta rummage through. Oh God. I gotta rummage through my stuff. Because I can't remember if I drew it on my tablet or the computer, and I don't have my tablet files. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay. Me. Boop. Wait. The artwork. I'm questioning on if we should change the shadows to white. But, in some ways it would look kind of strange if the shadows were white because the clouds follow the same path. But I'll keep it cream. Because I do want Frisk like looking over at Chara, or which is like a very similar pose to this one here. Ooh! When I backspace instead of plus. Okay. It's doable. I just gotta slam my head at the wall. Because, like, it's different from pixel art because I'm using a thicker brush. But it's like, also like pixel art because it's tiny. They're tiny. The smallest... Animal. Creature. Oh gosh. bit like pixel art. Oh my god. Ugh. Okay, I need a brain refresh. I'm gonna clean up over here. Whoopee. Okay. Let's see how it looks so far. It does look better. Okay, the angle of the shadow is... because I noticed right here it's more flat, well this one it's more down. And I do like that flatter angle, which I think it's more aligned with the actual perspective. But at the same time, it's like a little weird, because I do want the shadow to extend out like this, but maybe I shouldn't do that. Or I could just like copy the sketch maybe. Because I always thought of this part of like having a long shadow here, but I'm not sure if it's so usually I start with like rectangles for legs and then I pose them so I get like the length right. Okay, I need to move them up. Okay. It's getting there. Should probably fill their colors in. So the thing we like to do is go back and forth between coloring and doing line art, because we don't see them as separate processes, because they like inform each other, and with how we draw, we like to sculpt our lines, and same with the colors. So like sometimes coloring in the character helps figure out what to do, or their full-on silhouette, because if it's like, say you take away their colors, even though like the line art may be done, it's a little like, or even like halfway done, or like a sketch, it can be hard to like figure out what their actual silhouette will look like when it's colored. So we often like to color and sketch as we go, or pretty much doing both at the same time. So they pretty much are the same thing to our thing, art. So it also makes it so that the colors and the line art work together, because sometimes you can come across like the line art looks super good, but then the colors kind of look flatly drawn on it, instead of like working with the shape of the line art stuff. Okay, that is the right size. I am very light-handed. I don't push too hard. I don't push too hard when we draw. And you also notice right here, this is actually Chara's old design. So their horn used to be like a wing. Oh, that is. Their horn used to be like a wing shape like that, which is actually present on some of the old pages, like the older sketches that's on the comic. But so that we actually changed the horn so that it matches Frisk's wing, so now it's instead like this, instead of like this. So like oh I drew it on the image, but this right here is harder to draw than this, but it actually gives full symmetry with Frisk's wings and Chara's horn. So like you can see right here on the reference, it's yeah, I need to make it bigger. I think I should probably reference this a little more. This is hard. Your little eat your... Yeah, I'm pretty sure I drew this on my tablet. Because an issue with doing this is that they can also easily look pretty flat. I know they're so tiny, so it's like you don't really see it. But I do want to put a lot of more effort into, like, when they're drawn tiny, they still look good. Because even in like published graphic novels, you'll notice that like a lot of when they're drawn tiny, they're often drawn with like very little detail, which is honestly a lot of times actually good, so that they spend more time on actually full-on drawings, because not many people will look at the tiny drawing of when they're teeny, but yeah, it's just something we want to do. Okay, they look pretty squished. Yeah, let me... And another thing we're also doing is that, like, despite this being like very tiny, we are not changing the size of our brush. Like, this is our custom brush we made ourselves, which is it's like a triangle brush, very specific. But we have other brushes here, but we don't really use them. So we have it set to just these two, because that's pretty much all we use, unless if we're doing more of a experimental piece that has like more textured brushes, but we don't normally do that. But these down here is like the brush size, and we have it set so that there's these 3 main sizes, and majority of this comic is drawn with the 20-point size. So like this here, this is the 20-point, and same with the sketch here. It's also drawn with the white sketch is drawn with the 20-point size, just more of a lighter hand, so it looks more thinner than the brush would suggest. This also means this tiny art is also drawn with the 20-point brush. Reason for that is actually because if we actually made this tinier, it actually would look pretty out of place. So like, let's put this as 10. So this actually doesn't look too different, but like if we were to like render it out and clean it out, I can I can assure you it would look pretty different and out of place because you use a different size brush. At least with what we're doing with our specific style, it's like no matter the size, it feels it's best to just keep it as the same brush size. The only difference is when in specific sections where it calls for thicker line stuff, but generally even when the things are like super tiny or stuff like that, we would still keep the brush size the same. Of course it could be different if you're doing cleaner lines or stuff like that. But that's just how it works with us. I'm stretching. Okay. Okay, this looks a lot nicer now. Ooh. Okay. I really want to fix this shadow. I think I have to do it on a different layer and experiment a little. Okay, I think their legs are still too small. Should probably make like a grid thing. I don't know. I still don't know how to do it. Because I know Clip Studio does have a perspective grid, but I never used it. see if I have any other pages I could reference. Okay. Because the thing that we've done with the shadows for a lot of them is like, they're not straight, they're more curved. I think I could probably do that instead. Oh. Because I think that'll make it easier. Probably look a little. How should I curl it? Oh, I think I should probably curl it this way. Because then it gives that, like, perspective like that. And it's also a lot more forgiving than trying to draw a straight line. But okay. I still think this might look better if I use white. But I don't know. I'll keep it cream. But you make your legs longer. That should be about right. Dude. I think that looks so much better now. Okay, I need to add the tail. They're living the Syrian dream. Okay. Okay. Okay, that is such a major improvement. Okay. Now I have to figure out how to do Kris's legs. Oh, this gonna take a little bit. I want the legs to be a little more subtle, I guess. I think I can actually move them a little bit more. Actually, that looks pretty good. Oh, I just noticed that the description is wrong. The comic is not currently releasing because the entire comic is already released. Let me change that. Okay. Because we phrased it like it wasn't, completed, but, or like fully released when it is fully released. So like, this page is already out. You're just cleaning it up. That goes to show we haven't streamed in a while. Because last time we streamed, it was, our computer kept crashing, like, not the regular crashing, it was a blue screen of death kind of crash. So, thankfully that's not happening here. I don't know what changed, but huzzah! Okay, this looks a lot better. I like that this leg is more subtle. And I do like this change of doing a curved line, because gosh, I cannot draw straight lines. I think it'll look a lot more visually interesting, even though I feel it would look better with straight lines, but this teeny tiny bit down. Like that. That'll do. Okay. Let's see. have to separate them out a little bit more so it doesn't look like a clump of stuff. I think that's better. Okay, I'm gonna work on this page, the left page, so we can have a brain refresh. It pretty much does feel complete, but I can refine it a little more. Check something. Okay. think I shouldn't add anything in there so it more focuses on the characters. I just remember what I wanted to do. I want to add more flowers. Buh. That looks very pretty. Okay. here a little more thicker. Just realized I can use a rectangle tool. Silly me. Okay. Okay, that's better. Ooh, okay. Okay. I like that this does feel like almost one-to-one with this artwork right here, but it's ever so subtly different. Besides the shadow color, like the posing and all that. I wouldn't say it's an improvement, but it matches the it matches the story more, or like what's currently happening. I also do like that their feet are kind of like really flat to the ground like that, because the way that sprites work is that oftentimes the characters like bottom of their feet are like right up against the ground of the pixel. So like this, their legs are always like directly at the bottom of the canvas. Normally you wouldn't want to do this kind of thing with normal art, but because of how like games work, this means that if it's like directly on the ground, I don't know how to explain it. So like if there's a pixel block and like a pixel tile, then it'll be directly on the ground. But if it's like more in the middle of the canvas, like ignore the like, and the pixel is right here, they'll appear as if they're floating. So that's why a lot of pixel art pixel art sprites, often their feet are directly at the bottom of the canvas. It's so that it doesn't clash with like actual gameplay. But I actually really like it right here because it has that same feeling here, like it's flat. Because we did want to design the characters to give that pixel art feel. Sprite feeling. Okay, I should move the... Okay. Maybe make the horns a little longer, wings a little longer. Yeah, they really look like sprites, and I love that. Okay, this is such a major improvement. Yay! Okay. I could do some minor adjustments to the clouds. Okay. Oof, Exhaustion is really kicking in. I don't like that. Alright. Okay. I need to make this face. I need to bulk out their face. Good. Okay. I think I can fix up this. I think it's like their hair. Good. And I can mix the color. Okay. Alex. I think this is I'll make my little whiter. Okay, that matches more. And I can move this text a tad bit, I think. No. Okay. I'll move it to the right. This is so pretty. Okay. I should probably call it quits. Good. All right. Let's show the full comparison. Boop. Boop. Okay. I'm gonna put mine in soon. Oh, that sign is big. Wait, actually, I can move my sign. How do I? Big sign. Okay. Let me... I want to show it better side by side. I don't want the... I should probably make a less intrusive sign, but... Yeah. Okay, I'll turn off my sign. But, that's the comparison. Okay. So... Now my sign. So, to go with a full comparison, this is the left side. So, because we had to be selective on what we wanted to clean up, we actually weren't able to fully clean up the this left page more. So it was more of a basic idea that wasn't really there, but we wanted to add. And this here is, it's not the same idea we wanted to go with. Oh, I should fix the here. Yeah, this kind of muddied out. Oh gosh. I think that works better. Okay. I'm gonna clean it up. Oh. The puppy. The puppy. Do it for the puppy. I don't think this is. Trying to do a quick fix over here. Okay, I think it's working out. Okay. Alright. Okay, that looks better. Okay. Okay, back to what I was trying to do. Going over the thought process, I guess. So, this original one, we weren't able to put in the full idea of what we wanted, which was actually going to be not exactly, but it's close to the idea of what we did here with it's more, it feels random, it feels like random pretty stuff, but when you actually look closer, like actually, like when you're reading it in the moment, it's pretty much meaningless pictures, but it's actually like, I don't even want to say foreshadowing, it's literally what happens, like future pictures, which I guess can count as foreshadowing, but it feels different to us. So like the circles here, it looks like clouds, but it's the circles of the petals that are overlapping. There's all this, and then the clouds, which is the current section, then there's rain, which is the next section, and then there's a rainbow, which comes right after the rain. There's the flowers, and there's the water here. Oh god, hopefully you could see the cursor. Actually, if I do that, you can see my main cursor. So, the circle petals that overlap, that looks like clouds, the rain, the rainbow, the flowers, the water, and the color wheel. That's the color wheel. More flowers, that's the ice. This didn't always have the rainbow. Like, when we first drew this, I think... I don't remember. Here, let me... Do I have my files? Okay, let me see if I can try and find the original version that, oh gosh. The original file that had the older version of this section, because this didn't always have the rainbow. Aha! Found it. I don't want to go through and see when we changed it, but this here was the original sketch. Super rough, but it's the same idea. Wow, we literally just, okay, we just changed it to white, but it got, we swapped it. Originally it was the white parts that were rainbow, and this background was like a pale blue. But because we wanted to emphasize the rainbow and like give more freedom to like the drawing, we decided to invert it and make the sketch of it white. So, actually I can show what it would look like if this was, like that. Ugh! Oh, I mean... I mean, with some adjustments, it could look good, but this artwork was not made for it, but this is what it would look like if it followed the original idea. And so, another reason why we wanted... Okay, let me change it back. Okay, there we go. So, another reason why we wanted to change it from this version to the background being rainbow is so that it feels more backlit. So it makes more sense that they're a silhouette here, because if they're backlit like this, it makes more sense that they're a silhouette. So then we wanted to, this is very faint, but we put a faint border around the dialogue, so it kind of looks like ripples. I really like it now. And it's also very visually pleasing. And here, I'm gonna show that's the wrong. This is the earlier iteration from earlier in the stream. When we used the thicker brush. So yeah, you can see it was a good call that we redrew the entire thing, but with a thinner brush. Because like with the detail and stuff we wanted to go for, it's just kind of, it's just really hard to look at and not a good way. So then this was the redo, which because the lines are a lot more thinner, it doesn't clash with the rest of the page, because it's clearly like, okay, this is the background, and then these parts is the dialogue and the, like, it's more of a separation. And then, I'm also really happy with the silhouette of the characters. And then, oh, I think their legs are still too short. Yeah, their legs are still too short. Hold on. Oh. Okay. Let me... I am... Ooh. My job is never done. Okay. Okay, I think that's good. Kris is fine, I think. But... okay, I think that's good. Oh my god. Okay. So, this is the right page. Sorry, I'm being a little fussy over the details. Let me... Normally we wouldn't be this fussy over details, but because of how we're doing this comic, the whole entire comic is released, but it's released visually incomplete because it would never be released if we had a clean up 100%, like fully clean rendered. It would never be released if we had to render it fully for it to be posted. So this on the left is the posted version, and here we're just cleaning it up. We like to do like a whole cleanup and then put it in like as an update. We don't want to do like a bunch of tiny updates so that it doesn't like overflow with like changes and notifications. You more want to do it all at once, which I know we don't need to update like the entire thing completely right away, like all in one go, like this whole stream focused on this one spread, but it's just what we want to do. Okay, that looks better, I think. Because you still want to keep the rough feeling, but a thing that we're doing is the beginning of the comic is a lot more cleaner, and then it becomes more rougher over time, and that's intentional. So making these parts clean is actually good. Okay. Alright. This should hopefully be a good adjustment. Okay. How? Okay. How about we make it this? Okay, that looks better, because I feel the previous version kind of could be mistaken as a hand, which would be fine, but, okay. This ought to do it. Okay. Ooh, okay. This page now. I'll go over. So, we changed the top two panels, their motion of it, because we felt that, well, while we were, we reread our own, like, comics and all that, and, like, if we're doing an animation, comic, or whatever, we would rewatch it or reread it a bunch of times to make sure it's done good, but of course that can cause issues of, like, being too used to it or such like that. I'm noticing that this wing is too small. But we took a whole month break, or 2 months actually, I think, of not working on GBR because it got done releasing and we wanted to take a good break. So then we took a few months break, and now it was yesterday that we pretty much, we reread the entire thing from start to end. Okay, that looks better. We reread the whole thing from start to end, and we realized that this part right here actually can be a little confusing, because this entire comic is a lot more visual based and, like, it's storytelling than I feel your average, especially webcomic, is. It really relies on you paying attention and drawing your own conclusions, like, because this comic itself doesn't, like, tell you answers. You have to, like, put 2 and 2 together, because it doesn't tell you. But I find this part right here where Kris has her light out, and then they just, like, squished it, say no, and then just say it's a pretty world. I feel this part was not supposed to be important, and I feel it could easily be confused as, like, an important action where, like, this could have caused something, which it could have been, but it wasn't our original intent, because, like, I guess it could have still worked, because in the next section, here, let me, because this is technically a quote-unquote dark world. Ugh. Let me find it. Okay, but right after this page is this page, and they come across land with like white grass and all that. So I guess that could be interpreted as them summoning that, I guess. But that was not the intent. Like, we didn't intend for this to mean anything, actually. And so to go along with that, we pretty much changed that action, because, yeah. I'm sorry. So instead we changed it from this to this, to the them just turning away. I don't know how to explain it. I guess it's because this part wasn't cleaned up, so it wasn't really clear. But with this silhouette, they don't have their light out. But let me check the previous page. Okay, this was the previous page. Of course it's not cleaned up. We were actually thinking of cleaning this one up next or something. So, right here, I'm not sure if we wanted to keep their light there, but, actually, yeah, I think we'll, make it not there on the last panel, so I think it'll keep the continuity to not have it. Okay. Okay. So, them turning away like this, okay, how do I explain? It feels less dramatic, I think is the best I can word it right now. It feels, because I feel like with the comic so far, like, it feels like in the beginning of the comic, it feels more like fan fiction-y or dramatic, I guess. I think that's the best way I can describe it. So I feel having a little moment like this that feels more realistic, I guess. It kind of shows through, feels better. Because, there's, like, still at the beginning it feels real, but it's not, it's still, my brain, sorry, my brain short-circuited. But to just move it along, we just feel this. It feels more like human. That's all I can really say. Than this. And then it goes to this page. this panel, just them saying "just a pretty world," you can feel more like dejected, distant, or like, even though they say that, like, just a pretty world, it can feel almost like, not fully positive. I don't know the right wording, but I feel this better shows, and we knew that we wanted to make this smaller, the characters smaller, because so it more focuses on the background, and I feel it's more natural to make them a little more smaller instead of bigger like this. And the panels were also dark, also like the line art color, but we usually do that when we sketch. It was going to be changed to white. And the sky, we're really happy with the clouds. I feel like, to like bring it all together, with like the sky, using a gradient like this actually really helps it. And then the clouds here, you can actually see we slightly adjusted it. It's more compressed at the top, while right here it's more spread out, like half the panel, while this one is more higher up. Well, the text bubble and all that was moved a little lower. Oh yeah, speaking of a little lower, their text bubble was also moved as their action moved. So let me grab a thingy. So so that would be like the reading line kind of deal. So you'll pretty much see this while you read. But the same motion is here, but the difference is that it's instead moving a little downwards. So like that, and then it like that. So it's a very subtle change, but because of that minor change in motion, to keep it matching it, we move the text bubble on the right, the newest page, we moved it downwards so it lines up with this motion. Because if the text bubble still stayed up here, it would read well, because it doesn't follow the motion. It's like the placement of the bubble here was fine, good or great even, but because this here, it follows a different motion. Like, we feel when you're making your bubbles, it's good to keep in mind your motions, because your text bubbles are your comic's camera, because that's the first thing your eyes will always look at. So you want to keep that in mind. And because the bubble is like over here, it kind of like makes like your eyes like kind of like it kind of feels like you're actually zooming out and you actually get to see all of it. So yeah, that's the changes. Okay, so and then this is another side by side. Okay. And this has been... oh gosh. 4 hours! Okay, that was a lot longer than I expected, but... yay! No hiccups. Awesome. Okay. So that's page 32 and 33 cleanup. Yippee! Thank you for watching. Let me. Game over. Yippee! You did it! You made it to the end. Congratulations! Okay. Puppy. Thank you for watching.